Many a brave soul has set foot in this wood, only to be swallowed up and never seen nor heard from again, the traveler intones gravely. They also tell of a certain tool one needs to get through this place. You hear a beautiful melody flowing from the forest depths. It sounds like singing, or perhaps bird song. You take a peek inside the grass and immediately find the owner of the voice. It's a harpy. It seems like the harpy hasn't yet noticed you. You pick up a rock and throw it at the monster's feet. Startled, the monster flaps its wings and flies away. You find some coins scattered about where it stood. A message is written on the sign. Seek out the four stela hidden deep in these woods. That was lucky. Nuts fly off the trees and smack you and your friends right on the head. Everyone's faces screw up in agony. Your body is soothed by the gentle tone. It feels as though your fatigue has somehow washed away. Don't hold back. You have found the southern stela. You smack it and hear a sound off to the west. You'd best head that way next. Congrats. About the enemy. have found the Eastern Stela. You see the words Melody of Fortune chiseled into the corner. Don't hold back. The man sighs, realizing he may never be able to escape with his current tool set. You have found the Northern Stela. It doesn't look particularly special. You resolve to touch it anyhow. Nice work. Good work. About the enemy. Maybe you should come... You have found the Western Stela, which you swear up and down was not here when you came in. Nevertheless, you give it a smack. You have found all four of the Stela in the bewildering wood. On a perhaps related note, you hear a sound emanating from the east. Let's do this. Need to hit the Stela every single time I want to go home. Ah, what a pain, the frowning woman sighs. next Stela is, you hear someone murmuring. It sounds like a man, but you can't really be sure in these woods. As if drawn in by the voice. Why won't the... Very well then. Please finish this verse, she responds, then begins to sing. A fiery shout to overcome the cold. Taking your words as ridicule, the woman's eyes suddenly grow dark. How dare you insult my song? You will pay for this atrocity in blood, she exclaims, then attacks. Let's do this. How pitiful I am, brought to my knees in these woods, defeated by savage adventurers. Ah, what an epic song that would be. Seemingly satisfied, the woman succumbs to slumber. You decide to part ways from this woman, hopefully never to meet again. The woman appears to be lost. How do I get out of here? She asks with furrowed brows. And fight. Fortune favors the bold. imitate Mars' mule, but the woman just tilts her head. You pity the poor soul for not comprehending the sheer cuteness of your dear In the end, you gain nothing from the exchange, and leave the woman to her song. Congrats. Don't hold back. You shout the words in a loud voice. The woman's mouth hangs open, wide. The words are so plain, perhaps overly so, which is precisely why they pierce the heart, she says, your cheap words somehow resonating with her. She entreats you to let her use your lyrics. Imagining the royalties, you happily agree. Quite some time has passed since you entered the bewildering wood. Would you mind sharing your reason for lingering here? You take advantage of the many a monster who call this wood home to polish your swordsmanship. Naturally, leaving no coin they drop uncollected. A bunch of nuts fly off from the trees, but you and your friends hightailed it out of there before any of them could hit you. Oh? out the enemy. You examine the stela. The message carved into the stela reads, "Play in tune with the forest." You hold the woodland flute you received from the good doctor in Thriston. Doot 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 doodly doot 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 doo. You blow a handful of pleasant enough notes into the woodland flute. You soon become aware of accompanying percussion, which reveals itself to be a series of impeccably timed footfalls racing toward you. A young woman appears before you. "That was absolutely dreadful," she whinges, her jaunty gait betraying her enjoyment. She calls herself Ridis and declares herself a woodlander, resident of the bewildering wood. By sheer coincidence, the flute on which you played those notes was one designed to call the woodland people to your side. Stunned by your good fortune, you ask Ridis to lead you eastward out of the forest. What luck! She agrees far more readily than you ever anticipated. But, she continues, extending her hand, you'll have to hand over the woodland flute first. That'll cost you 1,000 gold pieces, you say smugly. Ugh, it's always about money with you travelers, she snorts derisively. Her face contorts in disgust. She reaches into her cloak. "Hey, what about my money?" you stammer. Before you can finish your thought, Mars' tongue whips across your hand, snatching the fruit and sliding it into his gullet. Ridis gasps. "How could you let him do that? Just one of those fruits sells for 10,000 gold pieces," she shouts. "So you can pay me back for the fruit your little friend stole, or you can hand over that flute." "I think you've lost this one," Melanie says, snickering. You look down at Mar, who seems quite pleased with himself. "I suppose I have," you sigh in resignation. You begrudgingly hand the woodland flute to Ridis. Ridis plucks the woodland flute out of your hands with glee and begins playing it as she skips away. Well, playing is a generous term. It sounds as though she may as well be murdering the poor thing. Ridis makes it clear that the fastest way out of the woods is through woodland, where she lives. "It's that-a-way," Ridis says gleefully, pointing past the stela before you. Welcome to Woodland, Ritus says, gesturing out over the village. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm quite busy for the rest of the day, so you'll have to wait till tomorrow to leave the forest, she says, and makes her way home. Welcome to the Forest Oasis, the man greets you warmly. You happen upon a man greedily guzzling well water. Could it truly be that much better than ordinary water? You learn that Ritus's family is mired in debt and living hand to mouth. And I know how they got in so much trouble, the rumor mongerer says deliciously. We are not in the business of meddling in the personal affairs of others, Melanie says curtly, cutting her off. Apparently she's heard rumors of the dragon destroying another town somewhere. Our village would burn down so easily, she mutters, perhaps a bit more afraid of the symptom than the cause. This shortcut is reserved for use by Woodland citizens only, the guard barks, clearly unwilling to let you pass. Been a while since we've had any outsiders. It turns out this inn is simply a place where the poor, lost souls trapped in the bewildering wood may recover. You may stay as long as you like, free of charge. You take note of a woman who appears quite ill. As it turns out, she is none other than Ritus's mother. She is in no small amount of pain. Will you give her something to ease her suffering? The item you've proffered, but I appreciate the thought all the same. she says with a smile. Ridis's mother hands you mysterious card 3 as a token of her gratitude. She begins speaking of Ridis, who has been preparing the medicine that helps her get through the day. She blames her illness, and therefore herself, for making Ridis's life so difficult. The more she talks, the more her face drops. Ridis pores over a book while practicing on the woodland flute. She remains dreadful at it. The instant you begin speaking, she nearly leaps out of her skin and hides the book. She somehow hadn't noticed you. I thought you were the debt collectors. You can't sneak up on me like that, she stammers, struggling to regain her composure. The wooden dining table practically groans under the weight of the platters upon it, all brimming with meats and vegetables from the bewildering wood. I've certainly earned this, you say to yourself, as you slide into your seat at the table, positively drooling over the feast before you. Melanie takes no note of your boorish behavior, uttering a small prayer of thanksgiving before reaching for a plate of vegetables. Mar sits, eyes fixed on the food upon the table, statuesque in his stillness. What a good boy. Mar clears the entire table in a matter of seconds, even emptying the water barrel in a single gulp. He lets out a self-satisfied burp that sends a small jet of just-drank water arcing out onto the floor. The sun sinks low, and the day draws to a close. A scream pierces the silence. Fire! You leap out of bed, adrenaline coursing through your veins. The others follow suit, and before long you've burst through the front door and into the street. Ridis's house is ablaze, a nearby villager screams. My mother is still inside, Ridis shrieks, darting past you to fetch water from the well south of the village. Ridis is gathering water in an attempt to fight the blaze all on her own. You toss a nearby bucket into the well and haul it up by the rope. Rather, you attempt to, but thanks to Mar robbing you of a meal, your strength fails you. Mar's eyes light up. He scrambles over the edge of the well and sucks the well dry in an instant. He pokes at his swollen belly and gestures toward Ridis's house, as if to say, get me back there, quick. Quickly, put it out. You have to put it out, Ridis screams at Mar. Mar douses the house with the water he sucked up from the well. The fire is reduced to mere embers, and all is well. Or so you think. Something darts out from behind the house and attacks. Lucky. You did great. The fiery beast dispatched, you return to putting out the last of the blaze with Mar's help. Ridis's mother, now safe, tells you the creature came out of nowhere and set the house aflame. What would bring a creature of fire to a place like this, you wonder? Light breaks on a new day, and the commotion of the fire feels but a nightmare. You lead your party to Ridis's house to ask for safe passage out of the bewildering wood. Though spared from complete collapse, Ridis's home has been thoroughly scorched. Ridis's mother tells you she was once deceived by a crooked merchant and plunged into debt. Ridis has been working to repay the debt ever since her mother took ill. You lightly press your thumb and forefinger to the corner of each eye, a mixture of sadness and anger swirling within you. Ridis sits alone in one of its rooms, the air thick with the smell of char. There shouldn't be any fire creatures for miles, she grumbles. She says the monster appeared while she was playing the woodland flute last night. As to why any monsters, let alone fire monsters, appeared, well, despite the circumstances, you ask Ridis to lead you out of the bewildering wood as promised. I did promise that, didn't I? She says wearily, rising from her seat. The poor girl is clearly still in shock. Why do you want to venture out beyond the bewildering wood anyway? She inquires, as she gathers that in preparation to leave. You say valiantly, adding, the reward will be significant should we defeat him. Honesty is the best policy. Sounds like a real risky way to make a living, she replies flatly, feigning interest. A group of Ivory Order people came through here just the other day, she explains. You connect the dots with malice. Those three, you seethe. At last, Ridis is ready to depart for the edge of the bewildering wood. This road takes you to the east side of the bewildering wood, but you'd be hard-pressed to find your way without a woodlander's help, the guard warns. Upon seeing that Ridis is with you, he steps aside and lets you through. The eastern portion of the woods certainly does not want for thick, soupy fog. To lead the party deeper into the bewildering wood. Wait just a moment, you lot, calls the voice of an older man from somewhere behind you. Ridis appears to be familiar with him. She calls him Mr. O. Here you are, young lady, he says, handing her a slip of paper. Oh dear. Further, Mr. O explains, Ridis did not have a fire insurance policy at the time of the conflagration, and so she shall have to pay in full. I'll thank you kindly to pay by the end of the month. Bye now, Mr. O says, receding from view as he returns to the forest. Hee. Ridis lets out a bemused chuckle, her demeanor remarkably calm for what has just transpired. She pulls the woodland flute from her cloak and begins softly playing. Ridis's ear-splitting performance, shall we say, draws monsters out from behind the trees. Within moments, they are nearly upon you. Excellent. You did great. That's odd. I must have made a mistake, Riddis says, burying her face in her old book once more. She opens the book to a particular page and thrusts it in your face. You can't tell anyone in the village I let you see this, okay? It's a page of sheet music with a note scrawled beside it that reads, "Play this lucky tune to reverse your financial fortunes and make money woes a thing of the past." No matter how many times I played this last night, our debt never went down, she fumes, incensed. You inspect the page a bit more carefully. Off in a corner, in letters so small as to be illegible, another message reads, "May summon monsters if played incorrectly." You finally see that so long as Riddis holds the flute, this is nothing more than a monster conjuring melody. You snatch the woodland flute from her hands. "You have lost your flute-playing privileges," you inform her. "But I'll never escape from this mountain of debt without it," she cries, clearly still believing in the melody of fortune. Melanie quietly opines that while Riddis is many things, bright is not one of them. One of the nuts flies off a branch. Poor Mar clutches the spot, eyes tearing up from the blow. Fortune favors the bold. Don't hold back. Let's do this. Here, Ritis chirps, pushing overgrown boughs and shrubs aside. As she does, a hidden path out of the bewildering wood comes into view. Did great. At last, you are free of the bewildering wood. Praise the power of the woodlanders, you squeal in admiration of Riddis. She giggles bashfully. You've certainly kept your promise, you say. Thank you for showing us the way. I was hoping I could join you on your quest to defeat the dragon, Riddis suddenly blurts out. She takes out her old book and thrusts another page in your face. This week's creature of fortune is the dragon. Boons may befall those who encounter him. Melanie's jaw goes slack. What is the deal with this book? Melanie asks, bewildered. I can probably pay off my debt if we can just defeat the dragon, Riddis chirps, revealing her true intentions. No, I won't dilute my share of the riches any further. No more additions to the party, you bark. Have you no heart? Are you just going to leave a young helpless girl like me to drown in an ocean of debt and deal with that crusty old man? Riddis fires back relentlessly. I want to go. No. So goes the endless chorus of your thoroughly unproductive argument. Melanie calmly reminds you that the party in its current form stands little chance of defeating the dragon. See, you need me, Riddis says, sensing an opportunity. Your well-reasoned argument of no thwarted, you nod your head in resignation and welcome Riddis to the party. Let's do this. go in there. That's... Good work. You did great. Ridis remarks that she's been feeling thirsty. She snaps up the... Ridis's nose begins to twitch. She begins furiously sniffing the air. She trots off, only to return sometime later. From a grate, she tosses it toward you. Your eyes gradually focus on the... bomb? It's a bomb! Despite your abject panic, you somehow manage to softly pluck the bomb out of the air and prevent it from obliterating the party. Let's do this. Nice work. An armor-clad knight, the knight faces you and asks, might you? But after sizing you up for a long moment, his shoulders slump and he mutters, no, you are not yet ready. Grow strong, young ones, he says, then returns to standing in silence. It appears he awaits a stalwart warrior to challenge him. Don't hold back. A monster appears, but parts of its body are... You may be able to aid it by administering some defroster. You take pity on the creature and admit its extremities are slightly frostbitten, but it's otherwise no worse for wear. It scampers out of sight. About the enemy. You come across two men sitting on a rock. They take no note. You listen in, and you lean in, trying... Listen, about that loot. Head south from the harbor, and cross the mountains. It sounds like they've just told you where to find their stuff. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away. The harbor is closed today. Anyone seeking shoreland should move 3 spaces to the southeast. That was lucky. Look, you two, it's the sea, Ridis exclaims, frolicking in glee. You, on the other hand, trudge along as far as you can from the coast, ignoring the hair sticking to your forehead. Feeling something at your feet, you glance down. There's something. It appears you've stepped on a monster's cape, making it very upset. It attacks you in fury. And fight. Lying in the dirt, you find an old telescope. You pick it up and angle it toward the coastline. Peering through the lens, all you know is there's something up ahead. You should be able to tell for certain what it is if you get closer. You toss the janky telescope aside and creep forward as silently as you can. Looks like you've spied a fish. With one final great effort, it heaves itself back into the safety of the sea. That was lucky. You did great. Nice work. Let's head to you. A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to explode. The bizarre rock transformed into a gold rock. As you make your way to the coast, a piece of paper nearly smacks you in the face as it blows past. You snatch it out of the air. It depicts a woman standing before a sunset. She smiles sweetly at you. Examining the background of the picture closely, you spot a lighthouse in the distance. Written on the other side of the paper is a single word. My darling dearest, I give you my love. My treasure, my everything. The only word you need to see, really. Treasure. Certain you'll come across it in your travels, you stuff the picture into your pack for safekeeping. About the enemy. Bizarre rock transformed into a fear rock. The only way out of this fight is through it. Oh? Excellent. Something's catching the sunlight just so. You move closer to get a better look at it. You find a chest lodged in the hollow of a tree. Something about this feels familiar. Sure enough, this is the location those thieves. Quite convinced you found their stash, you open the chest with a self-satisfied smirk on your face. About the enemy. Fortune favors the... Nice work. Congrats. You pick up a scrap of paper dropped by some manner of monster. It has a message scrawled on it in crude lettering. Clearly, whoever you stashed the scrap of paper in your pack and resolved to keep an eye out for the treasure on your travels. About the enemy. And fight. You spy a rather large number of monster prints on the ground. You feel around in the grass for a few moments before a scrap of paper tells no lies. You greedily open the chest. And fight. You come across a gaping hole in the ground. It's only human to want to do exactly what you're told not to. However willing you might be, you don't have the armor depicted, so you walk away. About the enemy. That was lucky. Nice work. Two monsters appear. One of them carefully approaches and hands you something. Oh, hey, you blurt out. The frostbitten creature takes the hand of the other, and they saunter off into the distance together. Are they an item? The party gets warm fuzzies just thinking about it. Rout the enemy. Don't hold back. Fortune favors the... You did great. pick up a scrap of paper from the shore. I threw a mercenary. It might be worth trying yourself, if you happen to have a You'd love to give it a try, only to remember you don't have a mercenary sword. You give up on the idea and walk away. Good work. You follow the curious sounds to their... But well digging was for... How is that the man turns towards you both, oblivious to the squabble playing out before him. You say you will give it to him, but you have none to give. Make way to the apothecary and buy some, if you wish to help him. You hand the man some salve. The instant he applies it to his hands, he resumes his furious digging, this time punctuated with shouts of "I feel incredible." Not long after that, water erupts from the ground with a force unlike any you've seen. He sidles up to the jet of water and begins drinking from it as one would from a fountain. He is once again in his element. The man hands you mysterious card 4 to show his appreciation for the salve. And fight. See something approaching from up ahead. A monster, Melanie shouts, readying for battle. Mr. Flobby, get back here. It's dangerous out there. It seems you've finally arrived. What a weird place, remarks Ridis lightheartedly. I like it. We aren't staying a moment longer than necessary, says an unsettled Melanie, her distaste for monsters plain on her face. Wow, a new friend, and so big, too, the furball exclaims in glee as it rushes over to Mar. Mar stares off into the distance as the furball, for some reason, Ridis joins in on the cuddling. The village headman is a renowned gourmet, and rumor has it he only dines on the finest food. The man says he wishes he too could have such a lavish meal just once in his life. his deep desire for delicacies only growing with time. Lately, a suspicious man cloaked in black has been seen wandering about the village outskirts. The old woman looks at Melanie and remarks that he was dressed just like her. The little orc child is engrossed in a fairy tale. The title reads, "The Legend of the Dragon." You take a peek into the picture book and come across a passage that piques your interest. To where, you wonder, then recall that this is merely a fairy tale. However, does your mouth become so filthy, Mr. Flobby? Sighs the girl as she wipes the slime clean. Clearly embarrassed, Mr. Flobby murmurs, "That's not my mouth." A young boy wanders up to your group in wide-eyed wonder. You surmise his curiosity. You realize you are right when he assails you with questions about your origins and adventures. The Inquisition leaves you exhausted. The little goblin sulks as he gazes upon the withering flowers he tried so desperately to take care of. He looks at you with tears in his eyes, silently begging you for help. You search your bag for salve, but come up empty-handed. The woman frowns deeply, claiming the cakes she bought for her beloved furball have all been eaten by someone else. A quiet furball sits with crumbs around its mouth. The child says his monster friend left the village suddenly to go back home. He claims the headman told him that he could go home when he grew up. The little orc child pouts. But I don't know where my home is. You ask the old man if he knows anything about the dragon. No, sir, but our headman is a wise and worldly man. He might know something, he remarks, pointing at a house not far away. You pour the salve onto the flowers. The goblin cries out in happiness and thanks you for your help. He then holds something out to you. The goblin stares lovingly at the beautiful flowers and gobbles them up. Healthy flowers are the tastiest, he proclaims in glee. Did he grow those flowers just to eat them? Travelers, you hear of down here, at thy feet. The clump of fur speaks. I am Lappy, and I should like to journey forth with thee. Lappy the furball looks at you with amiable expectations. Of course, the more the merrier, you exclaim, pumping your... But Melanie coldly interjects, no. I can't trust monsters. Thoroughly rejected by Melanie, Lappy bursts into tears. Lappy says he has no friends because of his aged face and speech. All alone, he decided to leave the village on a journey. Your party is silenced by the crying child with the face. You tell Melanie to be nice and quip that both she and Lappy could use a friend. Exhausted from arguing with you, however, she says that they are on a dangerous journey to defeat the dragon. Lappy leaps up and hugs her in his excitement, exclaiming, "Thou hast made me so happy." Till next time, Melanie says, peeling Lappy off of her and placing him on the ground. Though she thought all monsters to be evil, Melanie feels that the ones here are different. Finally, a friend. You bow, but before you can speak, the man suddenly introduces himself as the village headman. He laughs, then shamelessly praises his own village as being wondrous and peaceful. "And who are you?" he asks. After explaining that you are on a quest to defeat the dragon, the headman invites you to rest your feet a bit in his village. He says that he had heard rumors of the dragon when he traveled the world. "You must be tired from your journey. Have a seat. I will have my chef prepare a feast," the headman says, then claps his hands twice to summon a stewardess. Extravagant dishes that you have never seen before are placed on the table before you, each one looking more delicious than the last. "You're drooling," Melanie scowls. You hadn't even noticed. You wipe your mouth with your sleeve, then gasp as you turn to Mar. Perhaps in an attempt to hold himself back, Mar is gnawing on the table corner. There, we'll eat soon," you reassure Mar while gently stroking his head. The doors fly open in the next instant. With tears in her eyes, she tells you that her dear companion, Mr. Flobby the Slime, is missing. The headman's eyes go wide in surprise. "We must find that slime right away," he says. "You are starving, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to partake of the feast before you because of Mr. Flobby's disappearance." Unable to restrain yourself any longer, you open your mouth wide, and you see Mar chewing on the table leg. You grab the savage Mar and hug. "You'll get a tummy ache if you eat that," you tell him, both of you slowly coming. It appears the story has hit a standstill. You need to hear the whole story from the young girl. The girl sobs, wailing about the missing. Melanie places her hand atop the girl's head and promises that your party will find her companion. The girl then hands something to Melanie. It looks like the muddy handkerchief she used to wipe Mr. Flobby. She asks Melanie to wipe Mr. Flobby with it after you find him. The girl claims to have searched the village. Regardless, looking aimlessly outside the village would be a waste of time. You decide to collect more information in the village. It seems like the girl who left the headman's house ran away. The elderly man says she cannot have gone far. She says she saw a suspicious man in black. She claims they went north. Did that man take Mr. Flobby? You resolve to leave the village in search of the pair. Though a torch is not strictly necessary, it would certainly help you find your way through the dimly lit shrine. Your footing is obscured in the dimness of the shrine. You should probably proceed with caution. I think you made the right choice. You take a good look at the floor and see it lined in trails of viscous liquid. No doubt a slime or 200 have passed through here. It looks like poor Mr. Flobby is being held captive by the mystery man. Hand over that slime, you shout to the man in the dark. You speak as if I kidnapped him, he remarks, curtly turning to face you. When your eyes finally adjust to the surrounding darkness, you realize the man's clothes look eerily similar to Melanie's. Melanie's mouth falls open in surprise. It seems the man has noticed Melanie as well. It looks like the two know each other. According to the man, he and Melanie came from the same village and are far from strangers. The man's revelation makes you realize that you know almost nothing about Melanie's past. You ask Melanie about her hometown, but she holds her tongue. Then the man speaks. With forbidden magic, our clan has ensured the dragon, he begins, when she rattles on about the man, telling you that he is Vince, a lunatic obsessed with the dragon. Vince resentfully claims that he is searching for the noble dragon to protect it. You ran away from home with your tail between your legs. Enraged, Melanie, you have so many questions, but realize that careful, we won't go down. During the fight, Vince asks, "Do you know the truth about that village?" The headman may look like a nice old man, but he keeps those little monsters around too, he begins. But before he can finish, Winifred Hedwyn and Berwyn of the Ivory Order appear. The three brush you aside, fixing their attention on Vince. So you, the Ivory Order, and that false justice they serve are the true evil here. He retaliates, fighting back. Seeing the two parties occupied with each other, you realize this is your chance to grab Mr. Floppy. Perhaps wary of humans, Mr. Floppy dashes out when you draw near. Vince is on equal footing with the three from the Order. You realize then that he wasn't fighting in earnest against you earlier. Engrossed in their battle, the combatants pay you no mind. When you reach out to grab Mr. Floppy, lower Mr. Floppy's stamina to calm. Exhausted from the fight, but it seems he hasn't yet come to find something to help return Mr. Floppy to normal. You wipe Mr. Floppy's mouth with the handkerchief you received from the... Then you hear a quiet voice speak. It looks like the girl's familiar scent on the Having regained his senses, you place the increasingly sticky handkerchief in your bag. About the enemy. Lappy approaches and tells you that Mr. Floppy has returned. The girl is ecstatic. I'm happy for you, Melanie. The girl bows her head and Mr. Floppy looks as slimy as ever. The headman wants us to bring Mr. Floppy to... Of course not. But bring him back soon, she answers with a bright smile. I am so happy to see you safe and sound. You explain everything that happened, including the He expresses his relief that the order. He then thanks you for your hard work and instructs his stewardess to prepare dinner for your party. You can feel your collective mouths watering at the sight of the lavish meal before you. Mar and Ridis immediately dig in. You aren't sure where you find a moment. Please, eat to your hearts. Once your belly is full, you realize that Room for dessert? The headman asks, offering you a plate of slimy jelly. The color strikes you as familiar, and the stickiness sends a shiver down your spine. Is this Mr. The headman looks at you with a plain expression. This dish is a masterpiece, and I have you brave heroes to thank for it. Had you not brought that slime back, we would not be able to enjoy this exquisite dessert. You move to leave, but he points at Mar and asks, "Would you consider leaving that creature here with me?" "Never," you refuse flatly. "Now think about it," he entreats. You grab the headman by his lapels, hands trembling in fury. You pummel the headman with all curled up on the ground. The headman groans in pain. You hug Mar tightly. Mar looks at you with his round eye. You meet eyes with the rest of your party and reach a tacit agreement. Together, you all stand and leave. As you are about to leave, the old man suddenly but Mar, the keener of you two, is quick with a crash. From the headman's hand falls a small blade. It clatters to the ground, covered in blood. You take the injured Mar to an inn where you can watch. You gaze at the unconscious. Despite the shallow wound, no amount of medicine seems. I heard that my friends were in danger, so as he reaches Mar's bedside, "This is what you call it extract," he shouts. He explains that it is a poison extracted from a certain monster. If it enters the body, hearing those words, you realize the headman's blade. "Isn't there anything we can?" Lappy's eyes widen in realization. He then puts the what-you-call-it extract into a bottle and hands it to you. Lappy says that if you follow the road south of, he tells you to give the extract to the famous nutritionist there. Realizing that you are at fault for this, you don't hesitate to undertake the quest. But this is strange. The extract comes from a monster, so it should have no effect on one, Lappy remarks with a curious tilt of his head. "I thought a beast of that size would eat us out of house and home," she remarks, no doubt talking about Mar.
To
Congrats. You hear a roar in the distance. According to the rumor in the village has it that it might be the dragon. The man says the fishing industry is usually thriving in their seaside town. But recently, he mentions that even the fishing harbor to the northwest has been suffering from poor hauls of late. I can feel the dragon's presence. I must inform Lady Winifred, the knight mutters. You feel impatient, determined not to let the order beat you to it. A troubled woman tells you that there has been a rise, and she claims that even the cold medicine she narrows her eyes at the crowd, suspecting there is your ears perk up at the word reward, and you immediately agree to help expose the dirty thief. You approach a woman, sneaking around in a corner. Hearing your voice, she turns in surprise. You explain that the person she stole it from needs it back. The woman begins to... My poor little boy is bedridden, she says tearfully. He needs medicine, but I don't have any money, so I took it. Hearing her tale, you are overcome by sympathy and decide to look the other way. She thanks you and hands you something, apologizing for not having more. Medicine in hand, the woman leaves quickly. Now then, what to tell the other lady? You explain that you are unable. Clearly saddened by the news, she explains that she keeps the medicine on hand for her husband, she laments that she may not have them. Unsure if you made the right choice, you return to your journey with a heavy heart. The sign on the door reads, "The Great Nutritionist Oreo." You open the door without knocking. "Is anyone home?" you call. A muscular man emerges from the back. You politely ask if he is the nutritionist. "Indeed, I am the nutritionist Oreo," he answers. He says he has been studying dietetics here for many years. You hand Oreo the extract and explain that your comrade is now bedridden because of it. He stares at the extract for a long time, and then opens the bottle and laps at the liquid inside. That's poison. The man insists that he'll be fine with his expertise of nutrition, and insists that knowledge is power, as if that will help somehow. Regardless, it seems he managed to grasp the composition of the poison with that lick, and starts concocting a nutritional supplement to counter it. However, he says he needs a spry fish, he needs a special fish to make the necessary supplement. When he explains that you can catch one in the surrounding sea, Riddis confidently, she shows you a page from her ancient tome, that book comes in handy from time to time, Melanie remarks in surprise. Oreo gasps as if remembering something. He says that his son went out fishing and, with a bit of luck, may have already caught a spry fish. It sounds like his son is fishing on the wharf. You decide to go find him. You see a young man with his line in the water and call out to him. He turns around and flexes, shouting out suddenly, "Power is power." You stare, enchanted by his bulging musculature. There is no doubt in your mind that this is Oreo's son. He says that a monster has settled near their town, and it's thundering. You know Oreo needs a spry fish to make that supplement. Hearing the despair in your voice, Bruno speaks. He tells you that there is a harbor near town where perhaps you can find the fish. You thank him for the information, then head to the... Just as you are about to leave, Bruno... Is it a reward you're after? You are about to ask. But Melanie smacks you on the head before you can voice it and allows him to come along. Bruno looks ecstatic that he was allowed to join your party. When you ask him why, he tells you that his dream is to be an adventurer and has thus been training every day. But his father, famed in the world of nutrition, forced him into following in his footsteps. One desires strength, the other knowledge. What will you ask Bruno? You ask Bruno about his sword arm, saying you are something of a swordsman yourself. Bruno replies that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat. Apparently, he only carries around a sword to look like an adventurer. Curious about his attire, you ask why he does not. He confessed that he once wished for armor, but deemed it unnecessary after gaining so much muscle. In that moment, you realize something. While his passion, the words "birds of a feather flock together" run through your mind, but you quickly chase them away, afraid of what that means for you. He has been fishing for several days, having decided not to return home empty-handed. He hopes his wife and child back in Shoreland are well. The woman says she has been waiting here for days, worried about her husband, who has yet to return. Lately, a monstrous roar has been disturbed. He sighs, lamenting that his catches have been poor as a result. A rough-tempered piscator stands there, having just returned from fishing. Mars' fate rests upon this man's haul. Terrible, he says, showing you the few fish he's caught. Inside, you see a spry fish, Bruno shouts. You ask him if you can have the spry fish, but he says he won't give it up for free. When you ask how much it will cost, he gives the absurd price of 1,000,000 gold pieces. You're heartless, Ridus pouts. The man is enraged by the rude. Just then, Bruno, your fisherman muscles, are simply... He challenges the man to a competition of muscles with the spry fish as the piscator seems interested and agrees. This one's all yours, Melanie says. Then let the carnival of might and muscles begin, Bruno roared. Your puny body is no match for mine, the piscator shouts back, throwing a punch. A battle of beefiness. You're doing great. His victory sealed, Bruno witnessed the power of power. Defeated, the piscator hands over the spry fish to Bruno. Bruno extends a hand to the piscator, who has fallen to his knees. With a serene smile, he takes the offered hand. An unspoken friendship begins to form between the two. Or at least, you hope that's what the prolonged silence between them means. With the spry fish in hand, you head back towards Oreo's clinic. Bruno looks at your group sadly. reluctant for this little adventure to end. You hand the fish to Oreo and ask him, "Give me a moment," he says, then takes the fish and heads into the back. "It's ready," he says, emerging from his room and handing you a bottle. You hope this will get Mar back on his feet. You need to get back to Unionville on the double. But before that, you face Bruno and say, "Take care," then run off. But Bruno stops you and says he wants. But Oreo is quick to douse the flames of his. "Then you leave me no choice." Squats at hyper speed. "I want to show this power to the world." "You have much to learn, my son," Oreo retorts as only the sound of their labored breathing and bodies moving resonates. You can only look on in stunned silence at the enigmatic display. Bruno falls to his knees. "You have grown, my son. So are you coming with us or not?" Melon. "Only our muscles know the answer," comes Bruno. "I don't get it." Riddish on the condition that he study nutrition upon his return, Bruno, you realize that these two have a very special way of talking that no one else can understand. Hearing yet another roar in the distance, you realize you need to get the supplement to Mar so you can investigate the sound together. And fight. Any travelers with... It appears the headman's long-standing pronouncement on the welcoming of all magical creatures also applies to you and your party. Mar lies listlessly upon the bed, looking somewhat haggard. You help Mar sit up. "Drink this, Mar." He weakly opens his mouth, and you slowly pour the energy concentrate inside. Mar abruptly bolts up. It looks like Mar is all better now. You give Mar a tight hug. Mar mules softly in discomfort. Overcome with joy, you sigh. Melanie and Ridis watch. Bruno is deeply moved to see nutrition bringing a smile to others. With this, you can finally put the happy. You decide to take Bruno back to Shoreland, then continue your search for the dragon. The girl sighs. Mr. Flobby. This is Mr. Globby. Mr. Flobby's cousin, she tells you. You did great. That was lucky. Nice work. You arrive at Bruno's house. Though he seems to want to adventure a little more, he reluctantly enters his house. You ask Oreo if he knows anything. He says that the creature nests atop. With that, your next destination is decided. Here, you will part ways with these two, but you owe a great deal to the nutritionist and his son. Bruno looks at you, his eyes begging you to let him come along. What will you say? Let us defeat the dragon together, you say to him. You are sure his power and knowledge will come in handy against the beast, and you realize with a grin he will be so happy just to come along that he will not want a share of the reward. Bruno is happy he can continue the journey. You must stay here, and Bruno explains that the journey thus far has taught him the splendor of. After hearing his son out, and in the blink of an eye, the flesh of Bruno's cheeks, pectorals, and abdomen, and Bruno is lifted up. Your eyes go wide at Oreo's knowledge of nutrition can help save lives. Wow, nutrition is incredible. Knowledge. You tremble. Never. Though Oreo still deems his son's knowledge and thank you, Father, Bruno says from the ground. So it comes to pass that you journey to the tower with Bruno to find the roaring beast. Yet another colorful character. About the enemy. That was lucky. The bizarre rock transformed into an aqua rock. The only way out of this fight is through it. About the enemy. You did great. The bizarre rock transformed into a treasure rock. have finally arrived at the Tower of... Bruno is the first to respond. But this is just an old lighthouse, he remarks. Riddis snorts to herself, seeing you red in the face from jumping to conclusions.